Good morning. 9:15, so we are getting close to the open here. Looks like there was a news event at 8:30. Looks like we've made two legs down here, but there's the possibility that there is a downtrend there. So I would consider taking a second entry short here. Just kind of going back here a little bit. Looks like we've got a short-term downtrend, goes into this range, you get a failed breakout. Caused by the news event, you take all that back. The uptrend has a break in two legs to a new high. Had to sneeze there real quick. So the uptrend has a break and a new high here, a few legs. So kind of get these 1, 2. The second one is made up of 2. This little congestive area here. Congestive area, breakout, pull back to that before this downtrend starts. Looks like this downtrend is right. You can see there's one leg back that doesn't play out. It's usually a good sign that there is a trend line. You have a first entry here, and we're looking for a possible second entry. Prices are looking a little bit sideways. So we have 1, 2 going on 3 stacked bars right now, but no clear doji, so it doesn't necessarily mean that this is congestion. So still just kind of chopping around in here. If the second entry does appear, I gotta figure out whether I want to take it or not. I think I probably will, depending on how it sets up, of course, but pretty clear what's happening so far. The only thing is this downtrend could be incorrect, so it could be tighter. It could just be 2 legs down, where this has already played out. But this also does fit pretty well. In fact, you could pull it about right there. Another thing is you are at the range midline, which is usually a pretty risky place to take an entry. Looks like we're going to go ahead and head on down there. Price is really looking choppy now. You have 4 stacked bars. No doji, but lots of up and down action. I'm eating a clementine and then I'll start commentating again. But there's still a possibility of getting a second entry short here. It wouldn't look very good though, it'd be super congestive. So possible second entry short. Is that enough? So we see a break lower here. There is an inside bar, but you never have a break higher, so this would be the second attempt to go lower on this next one, but it's looking really sideways right now, so I don't really know about this one. I will prep my order just in case. But I'm leaning towards skipping this. Yeah, no, should not. The bar just feels like a weak range doji type bar. It's not worth the risk to me. So still thinking that this downtrend is most likely correct. We're breaking out of this range area. A pretty strong breakout. It's a very strong bullish bar right there. So I want to see if it gets any sort of continuation of prices are just going to instantly come back and fill the breakout. Oh, I keep sneezing here. Sneezing and sniffling. So I don't want to rely too much on this downtrend just in case it is incorrect. Technically, this next break lower here would be a second entry short. So you have a first entry, inside bar, no break higher. This would be the second entry, but I'm definitely not interested in that. If I wasn't interested down here, I feel even worse about going short after a big push up like that. So we're about 2 minutes, well, minute and a half from the open. About to get this started. Gotta start paying a little bit closer attention. Wish I could stop sneezing here. Okay, we're continuing to sort of chop up here. So I was interested to see if there's any kind of continuation after this bullish bar. And there are a couple pause bars, but we are getting a little bit of choppy up continuation. Not super momentum, or not a lot of momentum in the move, but we are working higher. I'm thinking this trend is actually tighter, and it has actually just played out with the break and new low. Possible that we have some sort of spike in channel forming here, with this being the spike, though I don't see anything obvious yet. Right now I'm expecting prices to go from the highs to the lows, but it's currently looking like this downtrend has already played out with basically two larger legs down. So I'm not really looking for any entry as of right now. Something like that could be correct. Okay, looks like this uptrend is holding right here. Prices are looking pretty choppy though, so could be some sort of range action. Something like that. Price is working sideways, two different structures right now. You have the possible uptrend and this range. The prices are sort of working through, figuring out which one's going to win out. Looks like the range. You do have a close outside of that uptrend. Expecting a possible new high, though this isn't a like perfectly confirmed uptrend. It looks correct to me, and we'll probably at least get an attempt at the high. The pattern is looking a little bit tight to form a second entry, so you could possibly get a second entry here, but this is a pretty tight, congestive area, so I don't know if I would take that. Keep trying to mute the mic before I sniffle so it's not so annoying. Okay, so we're moving out lower from this congestive area. There's still the possibility of getting a second entry long. You know, here you get this first entry. You could get a second entry, but this is a pretty strong push down. So I'm not feeling super confident in something like that. In fact, my read of the chart feels really off right now. I don't know exactly what it is. This uptrend clearly has a break new high. This downtrend could still be in play. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. This downtrend could still be in play, like I had it drawn earlier. So like this, and maybe that's what we're headed towards. It's a break a new low, and that could just be incorrect. So maybe it's something like this instead. Where this is a break a new high, congestive area, strong down move. We're headed to these break a new lows. Oops. That's what I'm going with for now. It's a very strong downtrend. We get this big bearish bar to start, ends on its very lows, even gaps over and continues. There's a little bit of buying that comes in here. Prices are probably trying to come back and test the breakout, but they're not able to. Buying just picks right back up, and you get another big, strong bearish bar, and we're just continuing downwards, getting really far from the EMA. So this is some seriously strong selling right now. In fact, I'm going to look at what this might look like with a measured move down. And we have achieved the break and new low for this downtrend. So downtrend, break, new low right now. With how strong this downtrend is though, the secondary one right here, the short term, if we got a second entry short, I would probably be willing to take it, because the probabilities are not equal anymore. After a move like this, you're expecting a retest, even if this is the retest trend. We're ready to get a full correction. This is, yes, technically a retest trend, but it's pretty strong in and of itself. So second entry short is what I'm looking for. Looks like we're getting a close outside. This is not a very convincing close outside right here. It's possible, but not super convincing. So now it looks like there is more of a convincing break and new low. So you can see if you drag this in decently tight like this, it looks like there is a close outside and a new low. So if you get a second entry, I'm probably not going to take it now, unless it's just a absolutely perfect pattern. So for me, if it's a really, really good pattern in pretty good context, then I'm probably going to take it. Or if it's really good context and a pretty good pattern, then I'm probably going to take it. So those are kind of the two sides. Or, I mean, you know, if you get a really good pattern and really good context, of course I'm going to take that. But, you know, you can sort of have one or the other, or one and a bit of the other for me, I guess. So it looks like you are getting a second entry short right here. So you got the first entry, you broke higher, and then here would be the second entry, but you're really far from the EMA. You're stacking within this big bearish bar, and this downtrend already has a break and new low, so I can't take that. So you're stacking within this bar right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stacked bars with 3 dojis. This far away from the EMA, can't take that one. It's not to say it won't work out. It might, but it's not worth the risk. We're getting close to this measured move down now. That is the next target. So target 1, measured move, target 2, overnight lows. Or I guess technically the overnight lows are up here, but with the news event, it looks like the range lows are down here. Looks like we're pulling back to the EMA now. So this probably wasn't a true closeout side. I mean, it probably is technically a closeout side, but on a bigger picture, this is just one leg down. Then there's your break and new low, and now we're headed up probably to the EMA. Let's see about that. And no, nothing there. It's definitely just something like this. So if we get a setup here, I'm not going to take it because we've already basically made 2 legs down. This downtrend is played out. I'm waiting until there's either a clearer structure or we test one of the key levels. Key levels being resistance, support. That's it. Yep, those are the key levels. Thought there was another one. We have a short-term uptrend in play. Looks like we're about to get a close outside of that. Could get a little move to a new high, creating that second entry short. But as I said, I would not take that. It's not clear enough right now. Waiting for something clearer. For me, at least, that's the difference between trading super well and, or I don't know, trading okay and trading poorly is kind of shooting from the hip. So let's say if you got a second entry here, yeah, I could take that. It's got some merit, but I'm just kind of shooting from the hip. I'm not waiting for the sharpshooter perfect type trades where I'm sure I'm right. And if I do that, then I tend to do a lot better. So it could be forming, again, second entry short right here. So first entry, and this would be first break higher. So it could be a second entry, but it's super sideways and not a place that I'm looking to take short. There's the possibility of a larger trend coming down, though whenever you're in a range like this, I don't like to draw these bigger trends until they're absolutely confirmed and I know that they're in play, because I'd rather just play the overall range structure and the smaller trends within, so like these trends. Looks like we might be getting a larger range area, so it's possible that these could be the range lows and these could be the highs, and we could be correcting in this range area before we figure out where we're going. So I'm going to draw that just in case it comes into play. Watching to see how prices react down at this level. It looks like we are pushing on through there, getting close to this measured move. Going to remove that because it doesn't look like it's correct. I want to keep in mind that this short-term uptrend right here did not play out, so there was not a break and new high of this. Usually that tells me that there's something else in the way, such as a resistance level or a trend line. So either of those are possibilities to me, but I'm uncertain about both of them. After this correction did play out, so you'll see that this uptrend does have a break and new high, it's a decent place to start a separate trend. I see that pretty often. It would skip a lot of price action throughout here though. So I'm going to remove that measured move as prices are pushing right through it. And it looks like we're gunning for this support, getting really close to it. Another short-term downtrend here. So because we're just continuing down here, this leg still isn't playing out, I would consider a second entry short still. We're getting close to the support. So that is one thing to keep in mind, but let's see what potentially sets up here, because I might be willing to. So we've got 4 stacked bars, bearish bar, 1, 2, 3, 3 stacked bars within, 2 of them are dojis. Clearly a congestion area right here. Looking for a break and new low of the short-term downtrend within the possible larger downtrend. Short-term downtrend, break, looking for a possible break and new low of this. You have a first entry short. You might get a second entry short, but this is a super tight congestive pattern. So if we do get a second entry here, so if we just tick higher and get a second entry, I'm not going to take that. So there we go. This would be the second entry that I was talking about here, assuming there's a good signal bar. But this is way too tight of a pattern. You're too far from the EMA, and it's just too risky of an area. So can't take that. So this congestion is continuing to hold. We've made a double bottom down here. Zoom in just a tad so I can really see what's going on. So congestion, like I said, continuing to hold here. There's this double bottom. 1, 2. And we're moving higher, presumably up to the EMA. Could be looking for a second entry short still. Unsure of this downtrend, but it does have 3 touches on the main side with this 1 leg up, which gives me some faith in that, and then 2 touches on the opposite side. So if we get a good pattern with a second entry short, I might look to take that. We are pretty close to this support level, and viewing it less as a level and more as a zone, we might have come sufficiently close to turn up. So I want to see what prices do as they react along this EMA. Are they going to push up and through? And if they do push up and through and look strong, then I'm not going to be looking for any shorts. I'm going to go ahead and pivot and expect that we have come close enough to the support and probably look to take some longs. This is a pretty strong push here. Look at that. Very strong bullish bar ending on its highs. Get a pause bar and then another strong bullish bar. So this could be some sort of rejection here. Remove this downtrend. Definitely feels like some sort of rejection with all these bullish bars. We're getting another one ending on its high. So a series of basically perfect bullish bars. I'm not going to be looking to take any shorts. Want to once again see how far we've gone as far as this. And looks like we did exceed the measured move down by quite a bit. We had a whole separate leg right there. So here's the measured move. Looks like some traders tried to buy that, but then ended up getting one more leg down. Has a break and new low with this congestive. Well, I think it's a break and double bottom. A break and double bottom, which can count as a new low with this congestive area right here. And now we're moving higher. Pretty strong short-term uptrend. Looks like it's getting a break right now. Expecting a new high. I want to watch how this resistance level comes into play if it does. So it looks like you do get a closeout side and new high all in one bar. So this is the closeout side, and it also has a new high all in within that bar. I would still consider taking a second entry long if we get a basically full correction down. So I wouldn't want just some, I don't know, like a higher high second entry or higher low second entry, something like that. I wouldn't really want, but if you did get a like a full correction one down, so like a 1, 2, then that is something that I would be willing to consider. Looks like we're continuing higher, so we have the break and new high, approaching this possible resistance level. So let's see what's going to happen as prices touch off this. Continuing to get some strength here. So we had all these bullish bars closing on their highs. We get a slight pause with this bearish bar, then kind of a 2 equal, sort of sideways bars, and looks like we ran out anybody who went short right here. So there are probably some shorts who went who sold right below this bearish bar, and as it breaks above here, it looks like they're getting run out, and that's what causes this big spring up. Might want to consider drawing a slightly wider uptrend here. Not yet. Getting a big bearish bar. It's a second entry short here, but I'm not looking to take that even though this has played out, because there's not really a great reason to go short right now. I'm actually more long biased, so I'm not going to take that. We are still continuing up higher, touching off of this resistance level now perfectly. So let's see if prices are able to react off of that, or if they're just going to continue. It looks like anybody who's shorted on this bearish bar is now getting run out as well. And this is looking like a true range so far. So though we didn't come, I pointed this out earlier, we didn't come all the way down to this level or have drawn, but these are more of like zones. So you could view this more as like a support zone, That didn't really help me to draw that at all. Anyway, so we've come possibly close enough. Definitely continuing higher now. Definitely continuing higher. This resistance level didn't end up coming into play at all. I think it was worth at least drawing just to make sure. And we are surely long biased. So looking for any kind of second entry long as prices pull back here, ideally. So just looking at having this price action sort of make sense here. There could be some sort of separate second trend like that needed to break a new low, which is why we got that separate leg. It's definitely a possibility. I'll leave that for now. This is a very strong uptrend. So you look at that series, and then I pointed out earlier, we get this little pause with this bearish bar, and then they get run out, get another little bearish bar, they get run out, and look at all these bullish bars closing near or close to their highs. Now it looks like we're slowing down a little bit right here. Up here, we're also trading a little bit off the highs, so it looks like some selling is coming in up here, but this is very strong the whole entire way up, basically. So again, now the probabilities, now that something like this has happened, the probabilities are skewed. So I'm expecting another move up, at least to test these highs after this gets broken. sort of zoned out there for a second, but we are stacking within this bar, getting some congestion. 3 dojis stacked side by side within this big bearish or big bullish bar right here, and continuing higher off of this trend line, continuing to have some support. So though it does look like the selling is running out a little bit, so right here, like the selling might have been running out a little bit, but the thing is prices are still so far away from the EMA, so you have to ask, okay, are the buyers really weakening? And it looks like if prices are able to hold away from the EMA, even though the selling is coming in, the buyers are still obviously in this market. Pulling super far away from this EMA, really getting far away. So I'm expecting some sort of pullback. Though with us being this far away and this strong of an uptrend, I mean, this is kind of ridiculously strong. If we got a second entry short, even though it might not be back to the EMA, so let's say the EMA is like, I don't know, something like that, I'd be willing to take that, even though it's not quite back to it. Just because of this being so strong right now. So we are breaking the uptrend now. Again, looking for a second entry long to set up. We might not get so lucky. Looks like prices might just go ahead and push to the break a new high. This is definitely not what I want to see on the first leg down. I prefer to see more of a stronger first leg. So got our first entry long, price looking sideways. Definitely a possibility that they just go ahead and move up to the break a new high. If that's the case, that's okay. So we're gearing up for a second entry long. Super congestive, super far away from the EMA. Can't take that. Getting some down movement. So it's possible that I could treat this area as a double top and start counting. So like this just being all sort of one congestive high, or I could take this as a one to looking for a second entry long. So I'm just gonna have to play that by ear and see how I feel. Unsure. Gonna go ahead and get my order prep just in case. We are still a ways away from the EMA. It's an imperfect setup. If we get a bullish bar here, I'm not going to take that. I'm going to wait on something a little bit better. Looks like I would still be taking it within this short-term downtrend as well. So I'm going to count this a double top, and I'm going to say that this is the first entry right here. So ideally, we'll come down to the EMA and get a second entry with something that looks like 2 legs down. Definitely got some sort of cold going on. I'm coughing and sniffling. I can't hear out of my right ear. So double top, first entry, looking for prices to come down and create a second entry. Possible short-term downtrend working down here, maybe blocking prices. Clearly see there's a big bearish bar right here that doesn't get any kind of follow through. So you do take a couple lower, but now we're just kind of stuck sideways. So we're not really getting any follow through on that bearish momentum, which is good for looking for this long. Watching this bearish momentum halt. Like to see a second attempt. And yeah. Ideally looking for the momentum to reverse. So you can see there's this, again, big bearish momentum, and I want to see it start to reverse higher. So now we have the first entry, an inside bar, so we didn't get a break below. So if we get a break below and a second entry long, I'd be very interested. Doesn't look like we're going to get that. Looks like prices are just going to go ahead and push up to the break a new high. Very strong upward momentum on that bar. And no entry there. That's all right. So now this uptrend has played out. There's the potential to take a trade short. Now this has played out. So if we got some sort of lower high, something like that, being far away from the EMA, some sort of triple test, maybe. But that's looking a little bit too far into the future. Right now we're still just trading up. So just going to continue with this. Super strong bullish bar. Look at how it opens on its lows, closes on its very highs. It's super big, and then it continues. So we're getting continuation. This is not just an exhaustion bar. We're continuing to move higher. Compare that to this big bearish bar, where prices just halt in their tracks and can't go anywhere. The momentum then reverses upwards. Boom, there, off you go. Looks like the buyers are sort of waning. So you can see these two really big bullish bars, pause bar, this bar that gets selling, and then a small bullish bar. Now we're getting some reversal momentum right here. I put that level there, it's not actually helping. We could get some sort of lower high, looking just to ride prices back to the EMA after this trend has clearly played out and you're getting this momentum to the downside. So I'll go ahead and prep an order for that just in case. It would also be a second entry short, but that's not actually what I'm caring about with this. Looking pretty sideways, stacking within this doji right now. But we are getting a little bit of downward momentum on that bar. Okay, pure doji closing on its highs. So at the last second there, we sort of moved up, but clearly this is just a range type bar. Pretty strong momentum coming into this bar right here. So I'm not set on taking this lower high. It's not looking like, it's not setting up like I wanted it to. So I'm going to take off that order for now. Lots of stacked bars here. So within this bearish bar, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked bars with basically 3 dojis right now. Very congestive. Again, this congestion is sort of showing strength in the or for the bulls, because you're expecting prices to come back to the EMA. So you have to wonder, okay, why is this not happening? Why are prices not coming back to the EMA here? They're still, after the breaking new high, they're still being propped up by something, by these buyers. So just have to keep that in mind. So we are breaking out of this congestive area. So all these stacked bars right here. Looks like we might be breaking out of that. And it kind of looks like you have 2 legs down. So potential to take a second entry long, but I don't want to take this because this trend has so clearly already had its breaking new high. Sure, you could get a second leg up, but that is a lower probability bet, and I'm not going to do it, especially not where we are now. So yes, I'm expecting prices to go from the range lows to the range highs, but we've already surpassed the midline and we're in the upper 3/4 of the range. So this is an area where I'm expecting that we might start finding some resistance. And then again, like I said, after this uptrend has already played out, I'm not taking this entry if it sets up. In fact, I would be more likely to take a failed second entry long here short after this uptrend has played out, trapping those longs that are going to enter here, looking to have this buying continue. Targets, of course, this high, as we're expecting prices to go from here to here. If prices continue down this low, as far as other targets go, that's the only ones that I'm currently looking at. Price is not finding any rejection off the EMA. So struggling to get through there, but definitely not finding any sort of traction to the upside. Creating some congestion here. I'm going to put in an order just in case there's some sort of failure. So if we get a strong reversal down with a nice bearish bar under the EMA, then I might consider that. But it looks like we are going to hold the EMA right there. So there we go. That's that second entry long. But like I said, I'm not interested in taking this one. Maybe a more advanced trader could, but at least for myself, taking the second leg up is a lower probability bet, and I'm just going to skip that. This is a very strong bullish bar though. See how it ticked lower and closed exactly on its highs, and it's getting follow through. Did get some selling up at these highs. So this bar, it started super strong and then it sold off about halfway. And looking like we might be entering a range type of area. Another attempt higher here. Looks like prices are closing exactly on their highs. It's still possible there's some resistance up here. So if you'd have bought off this bullish bar, you're not feeling too great about where prices are right now. You just bought straight into the resistance. Something called magnetic effect, where prices try to make you buy high and sell low. So after this big bearish bar, some people are just going to sell that just seeing this bearish bar, but you're selling too low, so can't do that. Not really looking for any entries right now. So a pretty weak bias right now is expecting prices to go from the lows to the highs. Target is up here. This uptrend's already played out, so I'm not super keen on going long with this uptrend having played out. Could possibly take a short, but there's not really a reason to take a short right now. Sure, you could get some setup like a triple test off these highs, and that could be decent, but it's just not a great reason to go short. So we are getting a triple test off of this support level. Heading higher off that. So I would consider a possible long off of this support area. Right here, came off of it. Prices are struggling to get up to the resistance now. You could get some sort of higher low or something like that here. This range is pretty tight, so I'm not going to take that. So there you go, there is a higher low, but obviously not room to get out before this resistance. Notice how after this trend plays out, after this uptrend plays out, prices are not able to trade through the EMA. So if we were going to get some sort of reversal, then I would first be looking for a strong push through the EMA, but instead you get two legs back and then a continued push higher, though this push up fails to reach these highs. So we make a lower high right there. So it's not super strong, but obviously the buyers are still in control here. This push up might be able to break through the highs. Let's see what's going to happen up at these highs. Okay, we're at least making an equal high with the previous one. So up here. And we push on through. So it looks like the uptrend is probably going to continue. It's possible that you have a spike in channel up. So it's possible this was all one big spike. So there's two different possibilities. First off, this looks like a spike here. Could get something like that, but that doesn't look right. This could have all been the spike. And maybe you have something like this. And that could definitely be a possibility as well. Or this would have been a second entry long, but I still would not have taken that into the resistance there. So want to just see what happens here. After prices broke out of this range, I'm expecting they're going to come back and test this resistance. I'm unsure of this uptrend. We're getting close to this resistance area for the daily, or whatever it is, the range for the day, the large range for the day. Let's see what this looks like if we draw the measured move up. We're getting close to that measured move. 1, 2. Might even exceed it slightly here. Short-term uptrend. super strong push up. So it looks like if I were a seller expecting prices to come up to here, or if I was selling up around here and prices were getting closer to this level, it looks like, yes, it's getting obvious prices are going to come up here. I'm just going to pull my orders, causing this big move up, this exhaustive looking move up to the range highs. Looks like this trend is probably incorrect. I definitely don't think anything like that is correct. So just going to look at this as it is for now. Super strong uptrend. We've touched off these range highs. So want to watch, are these going to hold? Are we going to fade them? Or are we going to continue higher in an uptrend? Would not surprise me if we continue higher the way that this market has been. I don't think anything like that is correct either. Skips way too much price action. Yep. That is what I am seeing. So what I'd like to see now is a break and new high and then lower high. So break a new high of this uptrend and then lower high far away from the EMA. That would be the best entry right now for me. Look at the series of bullish bars here. So it kind of starts out small here, and then as this breakout happens, you get this big bullish bar, a little bit smaller, get a couple pause bars, big bullish bar, a couple pause bars, decently big bullish bar, but let's see if there's any kind of momentum in this one. I don't think there's as much momentum in this bar as there were in this one, and possibly even this one. We're able to tick higher there. We might start reversing to the downside again. We're super far from the EMA. We've touched off this resistance area. Pull that up, see if that fits there. Definitely getting some stacked bars. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked bars. No clear doji, but there's a lot of wick on these bars, and there's some wick there. So definitely looks like a congestive area. Not rejection, just congestion. So we haven't seen any rejection to the downside yet. Not saying there will be, not saying there won't be, but makes me hesitant to go short until I see some rejection off of this level. So let's say if we got a lower high right here, I'm not going to take that. I need something better than that. Looks like we're getting the break and new high. So it looks like there's a closeout side right here, closeout side, moving to a new high of this short-term uptrend. I will move this back down. Looks like that congestion appeared along the range highs, which you do see pretty often. Trying to think if there's anything else that I could possibly draw here as far as a structure to the upside. Currently, I don't see anything. The only thing I can think of is this spike in channel, something like that. But that doesn't look quite right. So now that this uptrend has a break and new high, I'll be looking for some sort of lower high or failed second entry coming back within the range. But this uptrend is clearly strong, so I need to be careful. I don't want to short too early. continuing to push higher and push higher strongly. Makes me think there's got to be some sort of other structure in play here. I've just got to figure out what it is. Could be that. Or this midline could be coming into play. I definitely don't want to play any shorts. This is way too strong. So we do see this series of bullish bars, bull, 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 sort of a pause bar, I guess, bull. Now we're getting some congestion again. Still, look how far away we are from the EMA, and we're still struggling to pull back. There are obviously still buyers in this market. I would consider a second entry long. Even though I'm expecting prices to ultimately fade this range and come back within, this is still a very strong move, and it feels like the momentum and the probabilities are to the upside. Congestive area. Just kind of running through this past price action, just figure out what's going to happen. Uptrend is breaking new high. Basically at 2 legs down, looks like this uptrend within plays out. Downtrend looks like it's breaking new low. Uptrend, break new high. Congestive area, then we're continuing higher. We might even get some sort of measured move to these legs. So that is one possible target. We have a first entry here, but it all looks like one congestive high. So if you got a second entry long, especially with this kind of strong leg down, I'm not going to take that. I'd rather treat this as one high, wait for 2 legs down, and then possibly take a long. But it's not the best area. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm expecting prices to fade this range. So I'm expecting them to come back within this range right here. But the thing is, this uptrend is so strong that it still feels like the momentum is to the upside. So congestive area, we're clearly moving higher right here. Pretty strong bullish bar, but it feels like magnetic effect. So look at all this resistance up here. So making you buy above this bullish bar, but we're really high up already. So if you're buying into this resistance, you're buying far away from the EMA. Would not be surprised if you get some sort of reversal downwards off of this bar. Definitely struggling to get some follow through, that's for sure. But nothing like a reversal down, at least quite yet. Okay, still moving higher, just a little bit there. Nothing super strong, but we are getting some follow through on this bar. So we're not getting that reversal down that I thought that we might. Clearly this congestion area is correct, but I would call that a break out the low side. So congestive area, break out the low side, makes us continue higher. And we are looking at potentially playing off the opposite side of this uptrend here. So this could have been another bounce off that resistance for the uptrend, potentially. Price is once again slowing down. So let's look at the series of bars here. You have a very long series of bullish bars with little tiny congestive area pullbacks. You get a pretty strong series here, range type area, and then a pretty long successive series here, range type area, nice series, range type area, and now it looks like prices are struggling to go through another series of bullish bars. So the momentum might be waning here. Going to hop on the other screen here and check out Mac's mid-morning chart. Looking at Mac's chart, he has this drawn a little bit tighter, though I don't think it really matters too much. He does have a slight close outside, but especially with this next break new low, I don't think it really super matters. He does have this just incorrect and has this trend instead. This one he has the same. He doesn't have any kind of spike in channel here, though I still think that might be correct. Okay, nothing much to see there. So still just kind of chopping higher. As I mentioned before, it looks like we're not getting that same series of bullish bars that we were getting. Expecting prices to test the resistance for the range because there hasn't been a convincing breakout pullback to that. And I'm expecting prices to test this potential uptrend support right here. So those are my two levels, here and here. Right now though, we're just moving sideways. Whenever you just have continuous up movement like this, it's very tempting just to say, well, I'm going to take any setup to the upside, but I think that's a mistake. So right now I have that feeling myself. I'm like, look, we're so strong. We haven't come back to the EMA. I'm just going to take whatever, like, yeah, if we get a second entry short here, great, I'm going to take it. But I don't think that's the right way of going about this. Clearly congesting. We could easily reverse to the downside. We're getting kind of stair-stepping congestion areas. So we had this congestion area, we had a failed breakout, and then we broke above, and now we're holding this previous resistance right here as support for this one. So old resistance turned into new support for this congestion area. Still working sideways, still struggling to come back to the EMA. Buyers are obviously in the market. Still just moving sideways within this congestive area. There's not much to say or do here. Thinking about possible entries in the future, we could see prices continue or come down to this support, this trend support, and continue higher, in which case I would be looking for longs. Could see prices come back and test this range high, the old range high, hold it as support, continue higher, in which case I would be interested in taking longs. Where prices are now, where they're sort of chopping, possibly coming off an opposite side of this uptrend, I'm not super keen on taking longs. I'm expecting prices to come back and test this old resistance area, or possibly even come back within this range. But I'm not willing to take any shorts right now because of how strong prices are looking. All these small bars continuously working higher is one of the signs of a strong trend, that this is a little bit more sideways than just having those really small dojis working higher. That super signifies a strong trend, but clearly there is some strength here. So I'm hesitant to take any kind of shorts. So for the most part, just kind of looking at longs until I see that something has obviously changed, basically. Big move down. That was a strong bearish bar. And it looks like the volatility is picking up too. We already ticked off about 500 ticks of that bar. No follow through on that bearish bar. You can see exactly where it ended right there, was right at the support level. So anybody who is selling on the momentum is probably getting trapped. Looks like this range area might need to be pulled just a tad higher right there. Support obviously still holding as prices push higher. And we are obviously moving higher here. Look at that strength. So pretty weak bar, and then we get a bar that's just sort of slowly climbing higher, and now you get a breakout bar where the momentum finally kicked back in. Weren't able to close quite on the highs. There was a little bit of a sell-off there. Looks like we might have bounced off this midline, definitely off the EMA and off the support level. So this is clearly a strong support level right here that I want to pay attention to later on. So you can see it was the prior resistance for this congestive area. We had a failed breakout, prices came back and they started holding this resistance as new support, and this is a very strong area. Now the prices are proving to me that they are struggling to come back to this main side, and this EMA, or not the EMA, but the midline looks to be holding. I might be willing to take a trade before prices come back to either this level or this level, the two that I was looking at previously, and that I'm still expecting prices to test at some point. Looks like we're working towards this possible measured move up right now. I'm going to draw the measured move for the range, though this is pretty far up there. I wouldn't count it out with how far or how strong this market has been. That would take us, it looks, to the all-time highs. So will we get up there? I don't know. It would be quite the rally if we did, but we're showing quite a bit of strength right now. Price is failing to sell off. These small bars working higher. Could happen. For now, though, just going to continue with what we're seeing. Pull this in just a tad. So right now I would consider taking a second entry long or some sort of setup off of this midline. Now seeing how strong this uptrend is, and this midline is continuing to hold. Look at how prices are just stacking right here. So clearly we're running out of a little bit of momentum because we're not seeing these series of bars. As I mentioned earlier, look at this series of up bars, break, series of up bars, break, a little bit sideways, series of up bars, tiny bit sideways, series. But now we've been chopping around for so long. The closest thing we've had to a series of up bars, strong ones, is 1, 2 right here before there came some selling and prices started looking range-like. So clearly the uptrend is not as strong as it was earlier, but we are still seeing a decent amount of momentum here. Pretty strong up bar right there. Breaking out of this little congestive area. Looks like we're gunning for this measured move. Gonna remove that and redraw it. A little bit steeper. Something like that. Could still be correct. Looks like we might get some sort of overshoot here, if this is even correct. There's a lot of potential uptrends you could draw with this, but I like drawing it off of this break of this trend right here. You could also get something like that, though that doesn't look any better to me. Looks like we basically reached that measured move. Still haven't really tested the EMA in a long while. Clearly we're in hard EMA mode at this point. Chopping sideways again. There's not much to do. This trend is too strong to really take anything. Not offering really any pullbacks to enter on. So now we're finally getting a pullback here. Technically this is a first entry and you might get a second entry here, but this looks all like one congestive top. So I don't really want to count that as 1, 2. Look at how small the ATR is getting here. So the bars have just been shrinking in size as the day goes on, really. Possible second entry long setting up, as I mentioned. Pattern looks okay. You're in a decent spot. But I don't like how you're counting off of this congestive high. That doesn't look like one leg back to me. This just looks like sideways action. So this is a potential, but I think it's too risky considering where it is. Just having met this measured move, coming off the opposite side of this possible trend line, and then having this sideways action being part of your 1-2 count. So if there's a bullish bar here, I'm going to skip that and wait for something better. Definitely a possibility, definitely sort of tempting as prices come off that midline, which has been holding. But as I said, I don't feel good enough about that. I already feel sketched about going off the midline, and then with a more questionable setup as well, I think it's better just to skip this one for myself. So far, I haven't seen any trades that I really like. Even looking back, I don't see anything. Nope, nothing I like. Nothing I like so far. Doesn't even have to necessarily be a second entry, just any decent entry. I don't see anything. The closest thing I see is maybe one of these trades, this one or this higher low right here, but at that point it looks like there's already just been a break in new high and you're in a range area, so I don't like either one of those really. Finally, we're getting some down movement. So as I said, didn't want to take this long here. This looks like a double top to me, so we have a first entry, and then if we get a second entry long, I might be willing to take that. But now that we've pushed through this EMA, so let's say this bar, if that is a bullish bar right there, I cannot take that. I would have to wait on some sort of higher low. Right now, we're just working back, so if we draw this downtrend here, then there's clearly a kind of one leg back. I need to wait on something to happen. Okay, strong down move. That was a very strong move down. So we have double top congestive area, a first entry, the potential for a second entry long, but you have a short-term downtrend working lower. Until you close outside of that, I'm not interested in taking any kind of entry. We're bouncing off, or we're finding some support off of this potential uptrend, which is yet to be confirmed. It looks good on this side so far, has 3 touches, has 2 touches on the opposite side, so I like it so far. Let's see if prices are able to hold it as support here. Right now you have the short-term downtrend working down, so let's see which one wins out here. So we are creating this second entry long. This is our 0. This will be our first entry, and well, yeah, first entry, and we have just created a second entry long on this bar right here. So I might consider taking a long if there's some sort of higher low. But the short-term downtrend still doesn't have a break new low. So that is one sketchy area. Short-term downtrend, still no break new low. Possibly be interested in a higher low, but unsure as of right now. So I'm going to prep my order just in case there is a good higher low here. I like how there's this strong bearish bar. So if we get some sort of reversal of momentum, so you have this downtrend, this big bearish bar, you might get some sort of reversal upwards that traps some shorts. So even though this bar does end bullish right there, it ends below the EMA, and it didn't look like it had a bunch of strength to me. It just kind of looked like a small doji bar, even though it did end up on its high. So I'm gonna wait on something else. Prices are looking a little sideways here. There's still the potential that I could look to take this trade here, but they're definitely stacking sideways. And I haven't seen that really strong up movement that I'm looking for. Prices are they're just chopping sideways. So look, there's this big bullish bar right here, and then you have 1, 2, 3 bars stacked within, with basically 2 bars that look like dojis. You have this. So this is our 0. You have a first entry short. Maybe we'll get some sort of failure above the EMA, but for right now, this is looking really uncertain. We're not pushing away from this uptrend, showing that it's super strong, at least as of yet. So right now, it could still break. We're not looking strong. So it's coming down here. I would really like to see a strong push away before I enter, but right now, prices are just accepting this level and moving sideways. Struggling to even get back above the EMA. EMA is starting to look super flat right here. Okay, we are able to push a little bit higher. So let's see if we're able to break this high. I want to see if we're able to make a higher high right here. That's going to be key. So we made a higher low. See if we can make a higher high. Still trapped inside this sideways movement. So look at all those stacked bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stacked bars right now. That's clearly congestion. Got to see if prices are able to break out the high side of this before I'm willing to enter. It looks like they're holding this congestion. So I'm definitely hesitant to take even a failed second entry unless we get a nice close outside of this congestive area. As is, this is looking too sketchy of an area for me to take. Again, targets. Targets are prices to come down here where they are, exactly where they are, off of this support of the uptrend. Expecting prices to possibly find some support here to move higher. But right now, we're not getting that rejection. Second one is actually exactly where the arrow is pointing as well. This horizontal support area from this area earlier where prices took off, expecting prices to find some support here, at least momentarily. If they don't and they continue to move lower, then I want to see how they react off of this old range high. But it does look like we're breaking this uptrend. So the short-term downtrend is about to have a break in new low. We've broken out of this congestive area. So I'm expecting, as we've done that, for prices to possibly find some support off of this area that I pointed out just a second ago, pull back to this old support area from this congestion before possibly heading lower. But now we have a short-term downtrend with a break and a new low, so we are set to possibly go higher. 2 targets, 2 main targets right here and right here. Those are the 2 that I'm really looking at. And on the shorter term, we're bouncing off this support, expecting prices to retest this this little micro range right here. Setups that I might be looking for, now that we have 2 legs down, some sort of higher low or failed second entry above the EMA, looking for the break in new high, though you have already made 2 legs up. And it's a little bit of an uncertain uptrend, though I am feeling pretty good about it, especially after prices held right here momentarily. Secondarily, if they continue lower, then I'm going to be looking for shorts coming into here, though I don't exactly know what that's going to look like yet. So it looks like we have found some support off this level, this previous level, and we are coming up and testing this prior support level of this range. So let's see if that's able to hold as resistance. Looks like we have a micro breakout pullback going on right now. We might get a decent short lower. I wouldn't want to take this personally. Looking super congestive, so you have 2 stacked doji bars. Not quite what I'm looking for. Going to remove my order because there's nothing coming up, at least in the very near future, that I can see. Sort of zoned out there for a second, gotta zone back in. You have 3 stacked bars, dojis, all dojis. So clearly not finding rejection off of this level as of yet. We are pushing away now, so let's see if we're able to continue to go higher as we come back within this little micro range. Because I might still consider, like I said, a higher low or a failed second entry at this point in time. Target being this high up here. Clearly looks like there's been a correction that has played out. Short-term downtrend gets a break and a new low. Correction is played out. So I might be looking for longs now. Okay, we're getting a decent push above the EMA. Though it hasn't been the strongest ever, it has continued higher and higher and higher pretty steadily. Now we're getting this last little final push in this bar. Looks like it's going to close at least close to its highs. Super close to its highs. We're right up to this prior resistance. So I want to see if this is going to hold, or if prices are just going to disregard this now that they've already broken out the low side. And it looks like they're basically going to disregard this. So I'm looking for a higher low. I'm looking for a failed second entry above the EMA, looking for the break and new high of this uptrend right now. Looks like prices might just shoot on up there and not give us a chance to get in though. Still looking for this higher low or this failed second entry. Completely zoned out there again. So I need to pay more attention because otherwise I'm going to miss something important. Looks like prices are coming back into what I call a latent trend. So the trend is already broken, but prices are coming back within and playing it just a little bit there. So you can see how prices are finding some support off of this old trend line that was in play. They've broken the short-term uptrend, so you have a break right here and a possible new high. So I'm still looking for this lower or higher low or failed second entry. Though if we get a higher low and we're too far away from the EMA, then I'm not going to take it. Let's see what happens. We might just go ahead and move to the break and new high, in which case I might start looking for shorts. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and draw this level right here because I could foresee this turning into a range. After we've had this many bounces and prices bounced here once again, we could get some sort of range right here. So we might get some sort of trend playing out and maybe a lower high off of this potential range high after this uptrend gets its break and new high, which is where it looks like prices are now heading. So we've reached the break and the new high of this short-term uptrend. So the spike right here has a break and new high, but this major uptrend does not have a break and new high yet. So I'm waiting to see what prices are going to do as they approach that level right there, the double top. See if prices are able to push through. It's possible that we just get this break and new high and then some sort of lower high, and that could be a good setup to go short, expecting this to become a range. Right now though, I want to see how prices react up here before anything else. Got about 45 minutes until I'm going to take my lunch break, and then I'll be back on for another 2.5 hours afterwards. So I'm trading from 9:30 until, well, it's about 9:15 until 12. Take a break from 12 to 1, and then I'll be back from 1 to 3:30. Yesterday, I ended up popping off at about 3 because it was so slow, nothing going on, and I didn't foresee a setup for the next half an hour. I actually didn't look to see if I missed anything in that last half an hour. So let's go ahead and take a little gander right here real quick. So I hopped off at about 13 instead of 13:30. At least here's how I was seeing it. Wait, maybe it was 14 because that's 2 o'clock. Oh, it'd be way later. It'd be up here, 15 instead of 15:30. So up here, it doesn't look like I missed anything in that last half an hour. It would have been super slow, super choppy. Yeah, so maybe the right decision, though you never know. You never know what can happen. So here we are. We have made the higher low, as I was mentioning earlier, but we're now way too far away from the EMA, and we're getting really close to this support, so I'm not going to take a higher low all the way up there. Yes, it might work out, but I'm not going to risk that. Looks like we're getting really close to this break and new high. 37.75 is the number to beat right there. So we're at 50, back down to 25. We're getting really close to that break and new high. Price is clearly looking like they're playing this trend still, just a tad there. So you can see that prices have sort of broken it, come back within, and then holding it as support still. So you'll see that every now and then. We have now reached the break and new high for this uptrend, just by a tad, just by a tick or so. This uptrend has played out, so all of the uptrends have played out. Doesn't look like this range is holding as of right now, but it's possible that prices make some sort of lower high or failed second entry coming back within what looks like it could become a range area, and that's what I'm thinking about possibly entering at this time. An aggressive entry could even be this if we do get a bearish bar, because this is played out. You're coming off this triple test, and yeah, like I said, everything is played out. You're a little bit far from the EMA. I'm definitely not going to take it with that signal bar, but I could see somebody looking to risk something like that soon. So I need to be careful not to say, okay, I know what's going to happen, because right now to me it feels like, okay, I know this is played out, this feels like a range, and saying, I know that we're going to get some sort of lower high, or I know that we're going to get a setup to the downside, because I don't know that. I need to watch what prices are doing and adapt with how they move, because a lot could change before this, before now, and whatever setup might be coming along, if there is one. So I need to be careful about not making a decision long before the decision actually needs to be made, if that makes sense. Are finding a little bit of resistance up there as we're struggling to get through, but we're not seeing that rejection. So I'm not sold on taking any shorts. So now we are getting a little bit of down movement. So I'm thinking possible lower high, possible failed second entry long at this point. It's looking like I might have been correct about this range, as prices are picking up some steam as they're heading to the downside. Everything to the upside is played out. This uptrend has played out. The short-term uptrend, the correction one, has played out. Now it looks like we're just playing the sideways range. We still have not tested this old resistance from the larger uptrend, or the larger range from earlier in the day. We still haven't tested this. That's still one target. Now that everything's played out, it's possible that could be coming. We've made 2 legs up. Everything's played out. So let's see what's going to happen here. Got to watch carefully. Okay, possible lower high forming. Gonna go ahead and put in my order just in case. That was a pretty strong move up right there. Prices look like they're gaining some momentum to the upside. We did make a slight lower high here, but it wasn't a very strong push down in the grand scheme of things. I would be definitely hesitant to take a lower high right here, even if this turns out to be a bearish bar. Now, if we come up here and we get a triple test with a really bearish bar, then I might be more likely to take it. Though it's not setting up exactly how I would have liked. I would have preferred to see a nice lower high below the EMA, the big bearish bar. It's not what you got. We didn't get the strong push that I was really hoping for. Gotta watch, wait, and see what might set up here. So this bar moved up. It moved up strongly, but it saw some selling in there, taking it to about halfway. This bar, while it did move up a little bit, has mainly looked like a range bar. Continuing to chop higher. Nothing too strong yet. Still looking like a range-like action in here. Definitely not interested in any of these bars right here. They're looking way too sideways. Very congestive. Setting up for a possible second entry short, as we made a new swing low right here. Could get a second entry short and triple test. And that's an entry that I would potentially be interested in, depending on how it sets up. Continuing to chop sideways. Haven't seen any significant moves in either direction as far as this tiny little range goes. You can see we're stacking within this bar. Potential for a failed second entry long. 1, 2. Not seeing anything I'm interested in. Just prices moving sideways. Not getting really any movement either direction. I'm going to go ahead and take my order off because what I really wanted to see in order to take a short was a strong move down, maybe like a strong move down, a little move up, and then another strong move down. And we are getting a little bit of movement here now, but it's not exactly what I was looking for. It's possible we still get some sort of second entry short coming up. I'm probably going to come back and test this breakout because clearly there's like a congestive area in here, and then we just got a strong breakout as you saw with all that momentum. There's a good chance we come back and test this before we head lower. If we do, because this does look like 2 legs down, so it's possible that we do get some sort of secondary uptrend forming. But to me, this range looks like it's correct as of right now, and I'm expecting prices to come down to these lows. If they're able to break those lows, I'm expecting them to come down to this prior resistance level. But for right now, that's what I'm seeing. So those are my 2 targets. As far as the setup goes, like I said, I might be willing to take some sort of second entry if we do end up coming back up here. But it is concerning that after prices have come off of this level, they didn't push away strongly, and they're still not able to reach this support. So that could tell me that the buyers are still in the market, still strong, and it's not time for the sellers to take control yet. Got about 30 more minutes before I'm taking a 1-hour break. So now here you are getting a failed second entry long, but I'm not interested in this one. Looks like we've already made these 2 legs down. We've already passed through the midline. It's not setting up how I thought that I would have wanted it. I would have preferred maybe a bounce off the EMA and then boom, you pull back and pull the EMA, or pull back and touch the EMA. But here what you got was a bounce off the EMA, a bunch of congestive action, a spike down, and then some more sideways action. It's not setting up how I'd want it to. Technically, this is what I was looking for, but realistically, it's not. Kind of makes more sense to me to say down arrow, down arrow. Those are the 2 targets. So as I mentioned, there was this congestive area here, and prices broke out of this, saw the momentum that comes with the breakout, and now you came back and you tested this support area with a super congestive, choppy action. So we're trying to see, are prices going to reject off of this, or are they coming back within this congestion? Let's see what happens. It could be a failed break out of this, and as I mentioned, it looks like 1, 2 legs down, 1, 2 legs down. Now we could see prices start to move higher again now that the correction has completed. I think that it's a higher probability that this range is correct and we continue to play sideways within this range as opposed to continue higher, but I'm not entirely sure. So I'm not going to take a trade based off of that idea. I want to wait and see what's going to happen for sure. Where price is going to show me that they're going 100%. So far, it looks like we're going to hold that support as resistance. So we saw this chopping higher, holding that support as resistance, and it looks like we're going to move lower, probably to this range low. So I thought they were rejecting off here, but it was just sort of a little push away, and now it looks like we're coming back within this range type area. So let's see what prices do as they potentially come back and touch off of this resistance again. As I mentioned, I might be interested in some sort of second entry short here, though prices have already made 2 legs down and neither one was particularly strong. So I don't really know about that, because you might get a first entry, second entry, but prices have looked really choppy, really sideways. It's not setting up exactly how I wanted it to. I feel like I've said that a lot today, but it's true. All right, here is the potential second entry short about to set up here. Might or might not get a bearish bar. Looks like if you do, it's more of a doji. So yeah, you might have closed in the lower 1/3, but that's just a doji bar, really. Saw it straight up, down, up, down, up, down. Happened to close around halfway. No, thanks. Really slow and choppy day. So for all of this movement, like look at it, you basically shot up, went sideways, shot up, went sideways, shot up, got a pullback, no setups. Now we're just going sideways. So it's been a lot of movement and very few setups today. Right now I'm just watching how prices are going to react around this resistance level and this support level. Other than that, I don't really care what prices do. I'm trying to watch intently because it does give me an idea of what's going to happen by understanding how prices got to one of these areas. So you could just zone out and wait until they get there, but then you miss half the story. So I'm still paying attention. I'm still trying to figure out how prices are going to get there and then determine whether it's worth taking an entry. So I don't think that that really helps you anymore. Clearly there was a congestion area. Prices came back, they tried to test it, they came back within it, and ended up rejecting off of it. But ultimately this is all just a bunch of sideways action. Prices have made 3 lower highs. So you have this right here that creates the break and new high for the uptrend, and this uptrend as well. You have a lower high followed by another lower high, lower low, lower low. We're making another lower low. This is starting to feel like we're picking up some bearish momentum, especially with this big bearish bar opening on its high, closing on its low, with follow through, another big bearish bar, finds a little bit of buying in there, but clearly we're picking up some bearish momentum. Lower low, lower low, lower low, lower high, lower high, lower high. Okay, let's see if we can get maybe a short setup, but we are getting close to the range lows down here. So first target here, second target down here, assuming we're able to push through. Momentum is continuing. Like I said, opens on its high, closes on its low, continues through, finds a little bit of buying, but gets another bearish bar closing on its very low, and now we're pushing through the support. Let's see if the support is able to hold. So would I consider a higher low here? No. This downtrend is strong enough that I'm expecting a break and new low of this downtrend. So maybe if you got a break and new low of the downtrend and then a higher low, that's something I might consider. But for right now, overall, my target, like I said, is this breakout pullback of this original resistance area at the overnight highs. So this is my main magnet. I'm expecting prices to go to the break and new low of this short-term downtrend. Just because the support is here does not mean that I'm going to play it. So we are breaking the short-term downtrend. So we have one right here. We're bouncing exactly off support, finding some momentum right there. So this isn't just some sideways action as of right now. The prices are pulling back. So again, potential for a higher low, but I'm going to skip that higher low if there is one. Because I'm thinking prices might push through here. The chances are higher they're going to push through. Well, I don't know about higher they're going to push through than bounce, but there's a strong magnet outside, two strong magnets that I'm thinking could pull prices outside of this range. Got about 15 more minutes before I'll be hopping off for an hour. Okay, so right here, this little doji bar, you get a push up, but it's kind of a weak bar. It's not a super strong push away. And then you get a nice balanced bar. Now prices are looking range-like. So you saw we traded down, now we're trading back up. But overall, prices are looking pretty range-like right here. So we're not getting rejection off of this support. Another sign that we might end up breaking through the support. Clear doji. So we ended up trading down a bit, up a bit, down a bit, and then boom, ending basically right at the halfway point. So clear doji. Now we're headed to test these break and new lows of the short-term downtrend. Let's see if we're able to get through this support level. Moving down here. Picking up some momentum as we go. Double bottom, finding some support. Let's see if this is able to get continuation. It did end up finding some buying there at the end, so it was looking strong. And then right at the very end, picked up some buying. So let's see. Is the support going to hold? Not getting any rejection whatsoever. So that big bearish bar, it did find some buying, but that buying did not follow through. You just got a neutral bar right there. Now we're headed back to test the break new low. We've hit it. Downtrend now has a break new low. We've broken outside of this range. Everything to the downside. So the short-term downtrend has now played out. So prices, if they're going to come back within the range, now is the time. Otherwise, I'm expecting prices to come down to test this resistance area that we've been looking for. We might end up getting some sort of downtrend here. I'm going to wait to draw that until something looks a little clearer. Clearly getting a close outside now. So we got that pause bar, and then a bar that opens on its high, closes on its low, continues down basically the whole way through. That's a strong bearish bar, but it doesn't look like it's getting any continuation as of right now. Now this trend is played out. If we get a strong push back within the range, then I might be looking to take a long. So we're coming back and we're testing the support area that has been broken, trying to see if that's going to hold as new resistance. Not getting really any rejection right there. We have a neutral bar. So we have a big bullish bar. Not super strong, but a decently strong bullish bar that ends exactly at it. You get a tick above, and then we get a neutral bar. So we're not getting rejection, and we're not going straight through. Prices are just kind of in limbo. Going to redraw this downtrend just in case this ends up being correct. Definitely a possibility. Haven't seen any rejection. Prices are still just moving sideways. Nothing has changed between this doji bar and this next bar. Everything is just still moving sideways. Just a bunch of indecision at this level. No one's quite sure. Finally getting a little bit of a push up into this range. See if we're able to gain any momentum. Pretty neutral. Okay, now we just picked up some momentum right there in the end. There's the potential for a failed second entry. Have to see some continued momentum, because right now that was a lot of sideways action, and this is just a tiny breakout with not a ton of momentum there. Let's see if there's a continued push up and a failed second entry long coming back within this range. Could be a decent trade, even though there's no targets to the upside right now. Just gonna see what happens. Okay, momentum is following through. That's pretty strong right there. So if we do see a higher low creating a failed second entry short, then I'm probably going to be interested. Getting a paused doji bar. Pushing higher. Continuing to push higher. For the most part sideways, but it did push a little bit higher on that bar. Looks like it's going to close towards its highs. Okay, that was a pretty strong bar, especially there in the end. Still thinking that I would look for a higher low, though you are at the range midline, which is suspect. Ideally, what I'd like to see now is a nice bearish bar, trapping the shorts, tick lower, and then you tick on up and create a nice bullish bar. Right off the EMA, that would be probably the best setup, but like I said, you are at this range midline, which is a little bit of a suspect place to enter. Looking though, I haven't seen a bunch of support or resistance from the midline, maybe a little bit here. Looks like you do get a gap through right there. Speaking of, I'm going to pull this down a tad because it looks like that gaps through perfectly if it's off of right there. So it looks like that gap is what I'm lining up the midline with right now. Doesn't look like I'm going to get that failed second entry that I was looking for. Looks like prices are just going to continue up without me. Ideally, I would have liked to see that happen right at the EMA as soon as you pushed up and through. Now we're getting a little bit too far into the range. Got about 6 more minutes before I'm going to hop off for a 1 hour lunch break, then I'll be back. Okay, so here we are setting up for that potential failed second entry now. Well, maybe not. Thought we were. But we've moved pretty far. So I really don't know about that one. Moved pretty far into this range. There's a pretty strong move up right there. Failed second entry, potentially. Looking pretty sideways. We have 1, 2, 3 stacked bars with 2 perfect dojis. Continuing to look sideways, get another doji there. Definitely not setting up the failure that I would have hoped. Getting a close outside now. So it looks like there's a slight close outside of the short-term uptrend, and we're working towards a break and new high. Just about 2 more minutes before I'm going to hop off. Doesn't look like I'm going to get a setup in that time. So let's go ahead and zoom back out here. Just take a look at where prices have been so far. We have gotten quite a bit of movement, as I mentioned earlier, but not a lot of setups at all. In the grand scheme of things, we have an uptrend with a break and new high. We have 2 legs down, gets a little bit more strong uptrend, creates a spike and channel up, gets a break and new high, goes into this range, got a fail breakout, and we're coming back within the range. Have yet to test the old resistance up here. And yeah, that's about it as of right now on the broader scale. So let's watch and see, because I was looking for a potential failure here, but this is not setting up exactly or really at all like I wanted. This is looking super sideways. Yeah, prices are creating this failed second entry, but this is not where I wanted to take it, not after all this congestive action. Just gonna watch it for a sec, see what's going on, but yeah. Pull up my notepad here, leave a little note for anyone who comes on. I just don't want to have 2 separate streams. I'd rather just have it be this one for today. So shoot. So I'm gonna pop that in there. Check out Discord. And see you guys in about an hour. All right, I'm back. And I'm not going to take a trade for at least a few minutes so I can figure out what's going on here. It looks like we have this range we saw earlier got a breakout pullback before prices began to head lower. We have this potential downtrend right here. Definitely a possible one, but that's pretty uncertain. Looks like the midline might fit kind of well there. There's just this one leg up that isn't able to play out. Okay. Clearly there's an uptrend that plays out here. So it gets a break and new high. Now there's potential for a lower high. Looks like this might have been a good trade to take if I was here and ready for it. Clearly we're coming back within the range though. So I'm not entirely sure where this downtrend is. But let's say if you draw it something like this, and it looks like it has a little bit of an overshoot, possibly even a break in new low already. So I like how this is looking thus far. Definitely prices are pulling back. They're back within this range for the time being. The bias is down, but questionably down. So I don't like that. Really two legs up there. Congestion. I think that's the best I'm going to get right there. So uptrend gets break new high. Now we're moving lower. I'm expecting prices to go from the highs down to the lows, at least test that. That's my expectation. I don't know if they'll make it down there. Everything played out to the upside. Range has a breakout pullback, so prices are free to now go lower. Looks like this downtrend, so after this two-legged correction, you get a slight downtrend here. Looks like it might have a break in new low. At least has an overshoot, so you might not get a break in new low. Definitely have a break in new high. Now we're coming back and making a potential lower high. I'm unsure about this downtrend, but it might be correct. So let's see what happens here. Just gonna kind of get my bearings straight before I take any trades. Watch for a few minutes. Looks like this would have been your lower high. So you would have gotten technically a first entry. You don't ever break lower, but it could technically be a failed second entry long as well. One, and then you break above that inside bar. Looks like prices are just chopping around for the most part. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a bunch of stacked bars here. Looks like they might be playing off this midline, potentially. but I'm not sure if that is correct. Pop over here and close Discord really quickly. And we're back. Gotta fully focus in here, really understand what's going on. Clearly some sideways action. Looks like we're breaking out the low side of this. So to me, it looks like this is all kind of one leg down, even though it shows that there's a break and new low and overshoot. To me, it looks like this is one leg down. You have a two-legged correction, and then prices are moving to try and attempt this break and new low right now. So a decent amount of bars today. If we go back to about 9:30 around the open, 284, that's a decent amount of volume today, but just not a lot of setups. Looks like we're staying within this range right here. So we did kind of move outside of it, but came back within. Finding some support here down at the lows. The short-term downtrend clearly has a break and new low. You might not reach these lows because of the overshoot and possible break and new low already. I'm going to move it up here just to see what it looks like. And it doesn't look like that fits very well. So I like it better, tighter, like that. Something like that I do like. If you went to a larger scale, this is also, it's really just kind of one leg down on a larger scale. A little jog there, a little jog there. Might have been a little failed breakout the low side. So if you pull that in, looks like it might have broken out of there. Downtrend is now played out, and now prices are ready to go higher just a tad. And we're ready to see what's going to happen, whether prices are going to continue sideways. I'm expecting that price will try and test this old resistance that has kind of come back into play here. Also come back and try for this downtrend possible resistance. That's the two areas that I'm looking at right now. So look at all these bullish bars. Each one is not able to close on its high. So it moves up and sells off, has a wick off the high. Each one of these. So this isn't showing extreme strength to me. Finding some resistance off that same level. Again, notice how each one of these top wicks before it closes keeps selling off. So bulls are obviously not super strong right here. Finding a little bit more strength as we're breaking out of this level. See if we get continuation. Clearly getting one leg up there. And strength is continuing. So we did get this one strong bullish bar opening on its lows, closing on its highs, and now this bar is getting continuation. Strongly building up, continuing. Expecting to find some resistance up towards this level. So looks like this bar, it was continuing, but now it has reversed, taken back almost the entire bit of buying right there. On a super shorter scale time frame, you might be saying, okay, this is a pretty strong little move up. I mean, right here it was pretty weak with all this selling. Once it got through this resistance, it started to pick up some steam. You might be saying, well, that's pretty strong. I might be looking for a new high. But on the broader context, I'm really only looking for a short. So I want to see this trend play out. I want to see the short-term uptrend either play out or turn down without playing out. It's possible that we have a larger correction working back, like a larger two legs back working. So you have this break a new high, and then this might be working towards a second measured leg back before we continue lower. That's what I'm currently thinking. So I'm looking for a break a new high of this short-term trend, and then a possible entry to go short. Currently, this is really picking up some steam. So we had this one, kind of a neutral bar here, but then this one really exploded off. We're testing this resistance, and we're right here at the measured move. This is certainly strong enough that I would not want to short before seeing something super clear. It's possible that there was an overshoot already, but it doesn't look like, prices aren't playing like it was an overshoot. So I'm going to play this as 1, 2 likes up. We're going to watch to see if this is able to get a break a new high. Want to see how prices are going to react. 1 at the support, which it has already pushed through, and 2 up here at this trend line. It's possible we're getting some exhaustion. So if we move up here, we might have a trend like this with a little bit of exhaustion right here to the high side. So I have to watch for that. Clearly looks like 2 legs now. Okay, so far we are respecting this trend line, but we're not turning down super strongly yet. We pushed right up and through this resistance level, which is definitely telling. So let's see if prices are able to pick up any steam. Right now, they just look like they're trading in a doji-like fashion, picking up some steam here and continuing up. Very strong up move. Okay, so we pushed up and through both of these levels. Definitely more strength here than I initially thought. It's possible maybe this was an overshoot. Maybe it's something like this. And this overshot right here. We're moving up super strongly, so I'm looking for a long entry for sure, without a doubt. Have to wonder why we're moving up so strongly right there. Gonna put this here just in case that ends up coming into play, because this is a lot of strong buying coming off of this level. It's certainly possible that we get some sort of measured leg up. Seems unlikely, but it's definitely possible. So as soon as prices broke out of this range type area, so we had this failed breakout and then the breakout of the high side, initially there was a lot of selling coming in, seen by the wicks of these bars, but then look at this bar. Opens on its low, closes on its high. Get a little bit of a pause bar, still closes near its high, and then boom, big bar closes right near its high. A little bit of a pause bar as prices work through this resistance. Then a nice bullish bar closing on its high, another nice bullish bar closing on its high. That's a long series of bars getting really far from the EMA. There's 2 entries I might be considering here. For one, I want to see a pullback to go long. 2, I might see a break and new high of this uptrend followed by some sort of lower high or a triple test to potentially go short, just because we're so far from the EMA. We're definitely overbought right now. Looks like we're about to break the short-term uptrend. My bet is that this was an overshoot of this trend. It's like a very slight overshoot of this trend, but it does look like it could be still holding here. Interesting. Possible close outside, unconvincing though. So this is possibly a close outside a new high right here, but I'm not convinced about that. It's looking like a break a new high by how prices are moving down so strongly right here. So I'm thinking that is correct. So this was already a break a new high, and then we're getting this strong move down. If we get some sort of lower high back to the EMA, I might be interested in taking that. Pulling back to the EMA, I would no longer be looking to go long. Doubtful I'd be willing to short now that we've gotten so close back to the EMA already. Not entirely sure where prices are going to go. I think this trend is correct, that it had an overshoot and it's now broken, but with this, it might not get a break a new low. down here. And we could start moving up to make a second leg similar to this one. But so far I'm not seeing, I'm just not seeing it. I'm not seeing it yet. It doesn't look to me like it's about to take off. I mean, this is a very strong uptrend, but I'm not seeing the spike in channel that would be necessary to get prices up all the way to that point. This is a pretty strong down reversal here. So just not seeing any trades in either direction at the moment. You don't really have a good reason to go short. You don't really have a good reason to go long. You have a reason to go short. Nothing really to go long. Maybe you say, well, this breaking new high wasn't really convincing enough and prices might test it again. That might be true. But it's not the best reason to go long. So notice there is a strong bearish bar, closes close to its lows. A moderately bearish bar, mainly a doji, and very little follow through. So not a ton of selling there. Now we touched off the EMA. We're turning up immediately. So it wasn't the strongest bull bar either. It was sort of choppy and then closed on its highs, but it is getting some continuation. Let's see if that continues on. I'm thinking that it's probably just going to start going sideways here though, as prices don't really have a clear direction. So how about, a second entry long here? Let's say we come back down and we create a second entry long. Well, I'm not interested because this uptrend already has what looks like a break new high to me. And it looks like the momentum is already kind of dissipating. It's not really a great reason to go long other than that. Maybe if there's another good reason, like this has been a strong trend, maybe, but given the context right now, I would not be looking to take that. Even in this buying, there's just not been really any strength. So this was mainly sideways. This one was mainly sideways. All these bars were kind of sideways, just mildly up. So it doesn't give me a big rejection sort of feel. I'm definitely doubting whether it's worth it to trade in the afternoon. Yesterday was extremely slow. Today so far, it's been very slow. Still just chopping along. Chopping along, but chopping higher. So part of it, I think, is I need to get used to the speed of the afternoons, because what I feel like is really slow and choppy might be sort of normal. This is like nap time type price movements here. It's looking like I was right about prices just kind of being choppy here. I'm not sure where the range parameters are though. So we could find some range parameters up here, or they could be something like down here. I'm unsure. Either way, it's looking like we're gonna have to wait until prices take off in one direction or another after this sideways action. It's funny because if I think that this is slow, man, I can't imagine trading back in like even 2015. This much movement would be so much for one single day. And now we've got all of this. This would be an insane day in like 2015 or even pre-2020 probably. Okay, so now we're finally getting some movement to the upside. After chopping around for a little bit, getting some movement up. We might get a nice bullish bar with a magnetic effect type of end. It's possible we get a second entry short here right off these highs, but they're not confirmed highs. And I don't really have a great reason to go short. Okay, so we pushed up and through, and we actually made a new high right there. So look at that. We turned down exactly at that high. If you were buying on the way up here and you bought kind of at this top, there's a good chance you get run out right here. People pulling their orders, realizing, oh, the range high is actually up here, pulling their orders, just setting the sell up at the highs. Now let's see if we can get some sort of lower high here. So now you can see uptrend, break, new high, and then on a larger scale, one leg up, break, and two legs to a new high. Now if we get some sort of lower high, triple test, I'll be all over that setup. Ending right up close to the highs again. Clearly not rejecting off those highs. Might even make another new high. Looking like, yep. So we pushed up and through and we're making another new high. Doesn't look like we're going to turn down, at least as of right now. I want to see a strong push away first. Strong push away from the resistance. Just stacking sideways. Looks like we're going to break out the high side. So this is the second entry that I was mentioning earlier that I don't particularly like. This one, because this trend already looks like it has a break and new high. It's not really a great reason to go long. But I guess if you saw this as one leg up and you're thinking, okay, there's a good chance that we need a more convincing break and new high, maybe, but it also is congestive. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 stack bars with a few dojis in there. I'm gonna mark it just to review later, but I wouldn't want to take this trade. And even this one, I probably wouldn't want to take either, considering you would have this downtrend. You might pull it out at that time, but at this time, just don't know. Just do not know whether you'd want it there. I think I would have started with this downtrend here, would have pushed through. I probably would have pulled it out just a tad, kept pulling it out until I get to about there. And then this definitely looks like an overshoot. Then with this one, there's that clear congestive action. It's looking really uncertain where prices are going to go to me there. Still haven't really gone anywhere. You're failing to reject, but you're struggling to push higher too. To me, it looks like we're going to break out the high side though. I don't really think that's correct. I think if anything, we'll end up with a spike in channel working up. If anything. This range certainly isn't holding. right, so we are breaking out the high side, picking up a little bit of momentum there. Not too much as we're pulling back here. I'm going to look something up on my other monitor really quickly. All right, I'm back to the chart. I was looking at a gym membership real quick to see what I can do this afternoon. So prices are clearly just working higher, little by little. There definitely was a little bit of resistance up at this level. These prices are struggling to get through there. I would have expected them to just take on off now, but clearly we're just chopping higher, slowly but surely. Looking like there might be some sort of spike in channel. It's beginning here. But I haven't seen them really take off yet. It's been just kind of chopping higher. The two trades that I've marked today are just not very good. I don't see anything better. I don't see anything else that I'd even be remotely interested in. Because technically you have a second entry short here. Technically, because it breaks lower here, it breaks higher, then it breaks lower again. But I don't like that one very much. Again, the only other thing, I mentioned this earlier, that I could possibly see is maybe one of these higher lows. But at this point, it's kind of looking like a range. Wouldn't be surprised if one of these gets marked, by MAC I mean. More so this triple test than this higher low. So I'd see that one possibly. Nothing there. Then you start moving down. There's nothing on the way down. Nothing, whole bunch of nothing. Overshoot, maybe a higher low after an overshoot. That's kind of sketchy though. Maybe the failure. Maybe. Because you overshot here. This looks like it's played out. Making your way back to the EMA. Maybe something like that. This one possibly, though. I don't love that with the overshoot. Definitely don't love this entry. That's all I see, and I don't really like any of those. Definitely don't think I should have taken any of those. This uptrend isn't looking quite right, so it's looking to me like this was all just one move up. Probably just really tight. Really tight one move up, then a break and two legs up to the new high. That's what I think, at least. And then in which case, maybe this is an okay entry, but still super sideways congestive. But you do kind of take right on off there, so maybe. I don't even know if that breaks lower. It doesn't, so either way, this is not a good, that's not a good bet to take. So about an hour and 37 minutes now left, I think. Yep, that's right. And we have done very little, which is expected out of the afternoon. Getting some down movement finally. Lots of choppy action though. I mean, if you look at this one big bar, it doesn't encapsulate quite all that, but really it's like, this is all sort of within this up movement right here. Lots of choppiness, lots of sideways. To me, it looks like uptrend though, break two legs to a new high. Now we might continue downwards. Clearly there's some resistance here. There might even be this range like I had drawn earlier. Definitely a possibility. Right now there's a lot up in the air. No trades to take whenever everything is this uncertain. Just waiting for a clear area right now. Because right now there's just a lot of questions. Question here. I mean, really the question is where the heck the price is going. And I don't know. So now we're really continuing higher. We've broken out of this congestive area. This range does not look like it was correct. I think that it was truly like this, and there's a failed break below her, and now we're heading higher. I want to see if we're able to get any kind of spike in channel to fit. We might have started this move up. At the very least, I'm going to be looking for some sort of measured leg here. So up biased for sure. Nothing super clear at this point. If we turn down here again, and then we come back with a good second entry, kind of off the trend line, that would be maybe the ideal long setup right now. Clearly there was some strength here as we got one nice bullish bar, breakout bar, opened on its low, closed on its high. And this bar, pretty bullish, but mostly neutral. Now we're sort of pulling back. Everything's just really slow. I think mainly because it's in the afternoon. Doesn't mean that it is actually weak. I think prices are actually rather strong right now. But they're slow because it is the afternoon. That's what I think, but I haven't traded enough afternoons to really know that for sure. 2 targets to the upside, 3 targets actually. There's the range measured move. We've now made a breakout pullback of this larger range. So this larger range that we started with from the daily, or the lows, the overnight lows, and the overnight highs, we broke out, we pulled back, and now we're headed higher. So my targets are, for 1, the measured move, so a measured move of this range up here. 2, a measured move of this initial leg. So now that we started a second one, potentially, we might be moving up for a second leg. And then on the even shorter time scale, there's this spike up, the break, and we might move towards this measured move. So those are my 3 targets if we continue up to the upside. If we start moving down, then we're probably going to test this break and new low, or test the low from this downtrend where you can see we got the overshoot. So those are all the targets. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's what I see currently. Right now we are just chopping sideways. So we got some breakout momentum. Now it looks like prices are coming back and they're testing this resistance. The prices were so struggling to get through there. And what I'm hoping for is a second entry off of this trend line, confirming it, moving higher. That's what I'm looking for right now. Chances of getting it are low. I'm going to run and grab some water, so I will be right back. Looks like we're still moving higher here. It's possible that there's a trend like this. Could be something like that. Not sure of where it might be yet. I'm gonna stick with this for now though. Feels the most right. Now we're pushing up and through there, possibly. Let's see if we're able to close through. Oh, maybe, maybe not. Because again, might be something like that instead. But I would skip this swing. Look at the difference between these three bars. These three, basically closing on its high, super strong bar closing on its high, getting a little bit of a neutral bar. Basically closing on its high, pretty similar to how this one started. And this one's not very strong at all, look at that. So it trades up, comes down. But this one, it trades up, comes down. So these two pushes are very different. This push is pretty strong, this push is pretty weak. Something to note there. Now we're pulling back. Still hoping to get a second entry long off of this trend line. That would be the most ideal setup right now for me. And just because it's the most ideal setup, I still don't know if it's the perfect setup. I like it. I would like it, I think. But again, I said this earlier too, I need to be careful not to make a decision before the trade actually appears, because there's so many little subtleties and intuition pieces that go into it. So I need to not make a decision until I actually see the trade. It's just something that I'm thinking about at the moment. So even though it's really slow and pretty boring right now, I'm just trying to relax and just enjoy being here and watching prices. No point in being uptight, no point in being bored about it, just gotta chill. Okay, so we're pushing up and through, or at least it looks like we're going to push up and through what I have as the opposite side. So I'm going to pull this up, and that doesn't look like it's any better. So I'm just going to pull this piece up then, get the midline to fit with this, and see what we can do there. Maybe something like that is right. Definitely picking up some steam to the upside though. So initially whenever we moved up, I was like, I can't really picture prices going all the way up here. And boom, look at that. Things have changed. We are now moving up and out of here. Just like that. Maybe something like that. Clearly there's some sort of spiking channel going on. Guess you could have some sort of channel like that, but I don't like that. I think it's some sort of spiking channel. Still looking for a second entry long or some sort of pullback. Not seeing it. Guess you do have a second entry long there, but I'm not going to take that. Not within all this congestion. It looks like at this point that you already had the break in two legs up, and the spiking channel is not prevalent yet. It's not clear. No room. You just can't take that. So now let's contrast these. Nice bullish bar, almost closed on its high. Wasn't super strong as it built up here. Then you get this breakout one, opens on its low, closes on its high. It's a strong breakout bar. You get this one, it moves up, and then it moves down a little bit. Okay, now about these three. It's a pretty neutral bar, moves up, probably moves a little bit throughout. Doesn't quite close on its highs. This one moves up, moves all the way about halfway back down, up and down. It's not very strong. You get a couple pause bars, bearish bar. You get this one, it's kind of a neutral bar. Boom, you get another breakout bar. No follow through. No follow through though. Prices tick up and they turn right down. How about this bearish bar? Is that going to get any follow through? So it didn't quite come off that opposite side, but that bearish bar is getting some follow through. I think if I pull it in just a tad, something like that, it could be right. Still looking for longs. First target, this measured move. This bullish bar did not get any follow through. This bearish bar is getting follow through. Lots of follow through. That's a lot of momentum down right there. But it's not closing on its lows. Look at how it just retraced about halfway. Retraced about 3/4 of the way. So what started as a really bearish bar, then traded up about 3/4 of the way and ended about half. So clearly some buying came in here even before the EMA. Now we're getting something that resembles a doji so far. Just moving sideways. Just moving sideways within this other bar. And still not retracing too much of it. So it's retraced about 3/4, about the same as the bar before it. Now we're able to move up a tad. So we went from super strong momentum down and it reversed upwards in a sort of weak manner. So it wasn't like a V type reversal, but there's definitely a reversal of momentum that occurred in here. Whether this bar closes towards its highs or towards its lows, this is truly just a range bar. If you looked within it, within those 2,000 ticks, it's just been moving up and down and up and down. So whether it closes right at its highs, right at its lows, or somewhere in the middle, doesn't really matter, because the true nature of the bar is a range. So it's a pause bar. So you had a down movement, Like got some buying in the very end, pushed it up, and then you had a pause. So are we going to continue down after this pause? Continuing to move sideways. We haven't broken out of this little range. If we went to a really small chart, there could clearly be a range in this area. We're still trading within it. Volatility has slowed down a lot. Think about how long it just took to go through that 1,000 ticks. So we're only halfway through the 2,000 ticks of this bar, and it took at least a couple minutes to tick through that 1,000. So this is a place of equilibrium right now. Not too many buyers, not too many sellers. Again, same with this bar. It doesn't matter how it closes because the true nature of the bar is a range. Close on its highs. And looks like this one might actually be a slight breakout of this range-like area. So this has all been sort of one sideways range-like area. And you do get a little tick higher. So let's see what happens here. Is this going to continue? Or are we going to come back within and just keep moving sideways? This does also create a first entry, so it creates the possibility of a second entry along if we are to move down. And in this case, it would be a fail break out the high side and a fail break out the low side of a range on a very small scale if we do get that second entry. So it could be decent. Just watch and see what happens. So we ticked above the bullish bar, allowing anybody who is thinking about going long to enter, and then immediately ticked back. Getting a little further upward movement. A little bit more. I want to see what happens once it reaches 4 ticks. So just about there. Okay, so it would have already reached that. It would have reached a scalper's profit if you entered above this bar. I bet on a small scale, I've had this range. Whenever you ticked above, so you closed above a little bit, you ticked above, you came back and you pulled back, filled those orders, and now you're getting some strength to the upside. Just one leg back, so I have to be curious here. Why is it the prices are turning up after just one leg? Is it possible that this, I don't see any way that this uptrend could come off of there. The only way is if something like that is correct. Which I don't love the look of that, because you skip so much price action in here, and prices are continuously not coming off the opposite side, but the midline does fit well. And then it encapsulates this leg back and not getting a break in new low like you'd expect. I think I still like this better for now. But we weren't even able to come back to the EMA there. That's very odd. Possible support, sure. Maybe it is like this. It's a lot of lines in my chart. I hate whenever it's this cluttered. This is just too much. Too much going on, man. Okay, I want to see what happens as prices return to this level, because I just don't love the look of that trend, but it could be correct because of that. Because that midline, it's off the swings, technically the first two swings there. I don't love it, but I'll hear it out. Getting sleepy. Watching this. Take another sip of coffee here. continuing up and up and up. Not given any good pullbacks. Getting close to this measured move. I'm actually gaining a little bit of faith in this uptrend because of how prices are continuing to move upwards. Staying really far from the EMA. Last time we touched it was over, I was gonna say an hour ago, but it's not, it's like half an hour ago. But it's been sparse, look at that. So we traded through it, touched it once, twice in the past hour and 20 minutes. That's kind of wild. Getting real close to this measured move. Gonna be interested to see what happens as we get up here towards this measured leg. I'm thinking we're gonna continue upwards after that, but we will see. I hate this whenever there's like a trend that doesn't even attempt to play out, just reverses, but I guess that could be the overshoot, or I could just be wrong. Okay, so wow, I looked away for a second. 1, 2, 3, 2 strong bear or bullish bars, and one that started strong, traded off just a little bit, going through there. Definitely long biased at this point. Gonna shorten this. Doesn't look like this measured move is going to come into play. We might be headed up here. I didn't think it was going to happen, but we march on. We march on. Crazy. Yeah, so this measured move is not coming in handy at all. We are moving up really strongly. 2 bullish bars. This one that traded off a little bit from the highs. We had some continuation there, but then we just sold off pretty strongly. That looked like a reversal type of momentum right there. So we traded up and then boom, we dropped down. So let's see if that gets any follow through to the downside. So far it's struggling to even break lower. Might even be a little trap. Might break that above him and shoot. Got about 1 more hour. Not too bad, especially whenever we get a little bit of movement. It makes this a lot easier. A lot easier to sit here, that's for sure. More things going on. Looks like There's not been anybody in the stream until or since about 11:50. That is okay. We are on hour 5 hours, about 19 minutes. Got one more. Uno más. Just looking for a pullback, second entry long. Ideally. Price is chopping sideways, so we did see that reversal momentum, and now we got a pure range bar. So it did close bullish, but it's not a bullish bar. Don't let it fool you. That right there is a perfectly stacked range bar. Getting some movement higher. Gained a little bit of momentum there. Selling off though. Trying at that double top, that 2-bar double top. Testing it repeatedly. If it does, it might run out some of those shorts. Okay, now we have a 3-bar high right there, creating, I mean, technically on a small scale, a little triple test, but really kind of just a double top. Continuing to stay within this tiny little range. We really tested those highs though, and at least this bar stayed in the upper portion of the range. Never even tried the lows. Then we got a bar testing the lows of the range. Pushing through, got some momentum there on the way through. Really picking up some momentum. So we pushed through for a sec, we pulled back, and now we're pushing back through. So it's almost like a little breakout pullback. Gaining some momentum. It's a pretty big bar. Let's see if it's able to close on its lows. Saw some buying come in there. Closed pretty dang close to the lows. Technically this next break higher would be a second entry, but looking at this, it just looks like one top. So I'd rather play this as one top. And if I'm going to play a second entry, I want to see a 1, 2 from here. It's definitely tempting. If there's going to be a good signal bar right here off this trend line, it would be tempting. We are seeing some continuation on that bar. It's not as strong. Traded down and then traded back up a little bit, but it's going to close, looks like pretty close to its lows. So it retraced about halfway. So not terrible continuation. Definitely expecting this to continue, but I do want to note again that we've made 2 legs up now. Though we did go a little bit further, we have made 2 legs up, so it's possible that we're pretty much done to the upside for now, or at least we're ready for a larger correction, which could be this. This could be the first leg of a slightly larger correction back before we start back up again. Possibly. I don't know. It's all conjecture. All guesses at this point. Clearly, there is a leg back though. So this looks like a double top to me. That's our first entry, and I'm looking for a possible second entry now. Now that we've sort of had a proper turn down, I don't like it. I think that this probably fits the best as of right now. I think it's the best we can do right now. So first entry long, let's see if we can break lower, get a second entry long, good signal bar, maybe even off the EMA while it's in hard mode. That could be the golden entry of the day. It's definitely rare to not even get one where I'm looking at it and I'm saying that's a really good entry. So, you know, you might get one, you might not. Definitely looking sideways. So I remember on this bar we came up, we first started down, traded about halfway back up. This bar probably was really range-like, and this one is feeling very range-like as well. Again, it's interesting to note the difference between how quickly the ticks are rolling off. So in this bar, it ticked through very quickly because you picked up volatility as you broke out of this sideways action. Now that we're back in this sideways action, man, it's taken forever to go through 2,000 ticks. That was only half a bar right there. We've now broken lower, so the next break higher is our second entry long. But you're still looking pretty sideways. So now, okay, we are getting some down movement. Some decent down movement there. It's a lot of down movement, actually. A very strong push through the EMA. A very consistent one, too. So it's possible this was an exhaustive move down. But I want to see what this bar looks like here. This would be our second entry long. But we moved through the EMA, and we moved through the EMA really strongly. And that makes me hesitant to want to take a second entry. Right now, we're not seeing the momentum reverse quite yet. We are seeing a little bit of up movement, but it's mainly been sideways. Mainly sideways. I think this is an area that I would probably want to wait on some sort of higher low. So I don't think I'm going to want to take the second entry, especially after that such a strong push down. Might have to wait for a larger correction to play out here. So it was mainly a range bar and then it ended on its lows, and it looks like this might get some follow through. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. With the way that this reacted, this trend might not be correct. It could be like I had it before. I mean, that does fit pretty well, but the thing about that is this. It's this one leg right here. Could also be some sort of overshoot. That's a really strong down leg. That is like absurdly strong. Maybe it's something real tight like that. I don't know. Clearly we made these 2 legs up and prices are going for a big correction. I would be willing to take a second entry short here. Actually, this support did not end up holding at all. Not sure where this downtrend is exactly. Clearly strong down leg. Look at that. Big bearish bar. Get a pause. Some longs are hopping in, thinking, oh yeah, this is going to continue, baby. Let's go. Nope. Look at that. They get trapped out. Little pause. Big bearish bar. Close on the lows. Pause. Now what? Moving sideways. Taking off a lot faster. A lot faster. I'd be willing to take a second entry short. Really big up bar right there. It was a consistently moving higher, but it wasn't that, didn't have that much momentum, didn't have that much volume to it. So it consistently moved up, but it wasn't very strong per se. See if it gets any follow through. I'm thinking no. I'm thinking it doesn't get follow through. What I'm expecting is continued down movement here. Range bar, no continuation. Big bullish bar, no continuation. Just a range bar. Doji. Last second jump up does not make that a bullish bar. Just as this one is not a bearish bar, that was a range to end on its lows. This is a range to end on its highs, but it's getting continuation. Interesting. Okay. Same with this one. I think there's a gap. I think there's a gap that's getting filled. Right here, we shot through so quickly. Prices are filling that. This might not play out too. It's possible this downtrend doesn't play out at all. Okay, so a few possibilities here. Need to just think for a second. It's possible this uptrend is still in play. And it still needs to break a new high. And prices might be headed there right now. So that's one possibility. Second possibility, this already has a break in new high. This is the start of prices turning down. So we might get a higher low after a second entry, but this would have moved far for a higher low. So I'm going to skip that no matter what. You could get a failure though, looking for that high. Could be an overshoot of some sort. It could just be something like that. Maybe that just didn't quite get back there. Clearly that's a very strong leg back, but that's a very strong rebound too. and where off of? I mean, so this was a consistent bar. It wasn't a strong bar. You got a range bar, closed on its high, but then gets extreme continuation. Now another pause bar. How about this one? Mainly been a range bar. Let's see. It's looking like last second. It's probably going to end on its highs. Might even get some continuation. It looks like we're headed towards these highs. Definitely. Definitely. Reminds me of back here. That's similar. Similar spike and channel. Break and a pretty much instant move to a new high. This leg played out though. We're definitely attempting that, and I think we're gonna hit it. I think we're gonna hit the new highs. So maybe what we'll get is a break and new high, pull back, triple test, something like that. I'm not set on going long or short here. Don't actually know. It's really not my favorite uptrend. I don't like any of these. I don't like how you can draw. I don't like any of them. I don't like this one either. I don't like that because it skips so much price action. I don't like this one because it doesn't encapsulate this and skips this swing. I don't like it. I don't like it off the bodies. Definitely don't like that. I think spike and channel is the best bet. Might even be a wider one. Could even encapsulate that. Maybe. Keep an eye on that. That's a freaking strong move. Man. No way to catch that too. I mean, no way. I think this definitely looks like a spike up. Spike and channel. Just not entirely sure where it is. Could encapsulate that. Let's see what happens up here. Clearly pushing right through this. Doesn't help you. Made a new high here. Continuous higher lows. Higher high. Threw the short out the window. Hell no. No shorts. $35 more minutes. It was getting interesting there for a second. No longer. Moving towards the break and new high for the short-term uptrend. Clearly this old resistance is not putting up much of a fight. Continuing to move up there. As I said, I didn't think we were going to do it, but we still have about an hour left in the day, and I've seen crazier things. Just half an hour. 30 more minutes. Gaining a little bit of momentum to the downside now. Get a reversal bar, and then follow through momentum for 2 bars. I can tell that I'm getting a little bit antsy to take a trade because I was just considering taking a short in this uptrend, and that would be just about the dumbest thing to do. So there was some follow through momentum, but it did get reversed there on that bar. We traded all the way back up. Doji bar, purely range looking right now. Strong push up. Notice the up bars versus the down bars, minus this move because this was quite strong. Continuous up bars here, runs a little bit out of momentum. You get 2 strong bearish bars, really kind of 1 reversal bar and then 1 decently strong bar. Then this one is not able to even close remotely close to its lows, and then you get another strong bullish bar, so definitely lots of buying going on. I think this wasn't a convincing enough close outside and new high. So on a larger scale, it's just 1 move, and now prices are going for that break a new high. Little triple test up here. Big bullish bar, maybe making people buy up into these highs. Could be a decent short. I wouldn't want to take it because the bias is up right now. But it looks like uptrend has a break new high and now lower high plus a triple test. Could be decent. Does look like we're getting a little bit of continued down movement there. Could be an okay triple test. Definitely aggressive though. Now the prices are moving back. Yeah. It's really just probably a range. Totally zoned out there. Okay, back to it. Still within this range. Very congestive, stacking within this bullish bar. Waiting for prices to break out of here. Let's take a look at the overall chart. Uptrend break new high, 2 legs down. This downtrend already had a break and new low pretty early on. Then you get a correction and a second leg down. Has a break and new low, but on a larger scale, this is just one leg. Gets a break and new low. Spike up, one leg down. Spike and channel created here. You get this range. Break out of the overnight highs. 2 legs back. Gonna move to a new high. Short-term uptrend gets a break and new high. Creates this range-like area. Prices break out of that, pull back, continue lower, downtrend break new low, creates this overshoot for this larger downtrend, 2 legs back, you attempt at the new low. Well, I mean, if you were to look at one larger, like a bigger tick chart, looks like 1 leg, 2 legs back, attempting the new low for this, finding some support off of this old support, even after the overshoot, strong spike up, break a new high, breaking 2 legs new high really, folds into this spiking channel, which I think is correct, but I'm not positive about the spiking channel. I think that's right though. Got a little less than 20 minutes left. Let's see if volume picks up in the last little bit. I would expect it to in the last hour, but I'm not seeing it. Not really any entries that I would consider right now. You already have a breaking new high here. Looks like you're coming off the opposite side, just moving sideways. Even if you got an entry off of the range lows, or what looks like the range lows down here, I don't think I'm going to take that. It's just too risky. Really, I'd want to see prices come all the way down to this support level for the trend. In 15 minutes, I'm doubting that we're going to see that. Also doubting that in 15 minutes we'll make it all the way up here, but I've seen crazier things happen, so you never know. You just never know. Moving up and out of this range right now. Let's see if we're able to get any momentum up here. Doesn't look like there's truly any support there, but clearly there is some resistance. Struggling to go higher. I think in the most ideal world, as far as me taking a trade, this acts as a failed breakout, pushes prices lower, you get 2 legs back. Chances are low seeing that though. I'm getting really antsy sitting here, to be honest. Trying not to, I'm trying to just kind of relax, and I'm not necessarily antsy to take a trade, I'm antsy to just kind of be done. I've got to stand up here for a second. And there it is, some movement down. So I guess maybe my hope, my wish, my dream will come true. Fail break out the top of this area. It looks like we are now moving down just a tad. Let's see if we're able to get through this support level. I don't know what I just clicked. So it looks like this is probably right, what I was saying earlier. On a larger tick chart, this would just be one leg up, and then you have to break and 2 attempts at a new high, and they don't reach it. Probably because we've already touched off of the opposite side. It's now time for us to go down. Plus the fail breakout. Expecting, hopefully, something like that would be ideal. Definitely finding some support here. Struggling to get through there. You even saw the buying at the EMA right there in this midline. Midline looking like it's holding a little bit. See there. Price is struggling to get through. 2 different support levels. Yep. We might do it though. Might get on through there. Building that first leg down. Definitely struggling to get through there. That whole entire bar. Traded all the way down, all the way back up. It's going to close back inside. Tempting to look to take a long off the support, but again, the broader context tells me that I should wait until prices come down here. Range is continuing to hold. Might need to drag this up. Strong bullish bar. Very strong bullish bar. Really getting some follow through there too. Just cannot keep this market down. It's insane. It's pretty obvious that I'm not going to get anything that I'm interested in. I think I'll go ahead and call it there.